it'll be a build. So I'm watching Apple pull back, watching Amazon pull back. Again, if Amazon breaks, in fact, I may consider a short on Amazon. One of my favorite names, Amazon, great company and how they're building. But like, look at Meta. Meta is the one I missed this morning for sure. It's breaking down below 540 now, big level. So 182.50 here on Amazon. Keeping an eye. I may just hit it there. Small. I'm in small size 182.50 on Amazon. Where are you? I do apologize. I've been talking about these trades. I just haven't had a chance to post every single one. But Apple working beautiful right now. Beautiful, 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 beautiful move. Okay, we're in Amazon, guys. Let's see. We're up about 40 cents. I'm going to take some off of this trade for Apple. Why not? Take a small partial, let the rest run. And then if we break the 200 EMA on the Qs, I'll probably load up on those put options as well. Guys, look at Amazon now, 182. We snapped that. We're going straight down. I think it's all coming down. We know, I mean, this is, if I'm seeing it, I guarantee you bulls are seeing it. They're going to try to defend this like crazy. So either we bounce here or we collapse here. There's Amazon, big break now. Let's go. Apple moving down. Good, good, good. Here comes the Qs. Amazing.
Yeah, let's put the Qs up here real quick.
It's all coming down, guys. Amazon heading lower. Here comes Apple heading lower. Wow. Wow, wow. Big move, guys, now on Amazon. I'm going to take a partial here in just a moment. Maybe get 2 points here. We'll wait. There we go. Taking some off the Amazon trade. Take a little bit more off of the Apple trade. And now we'll just let it move. Zero risk now this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Amazon at the bottom now.
Yeah, we just took some off in this 180 print. But guys, it's getting heavy. The Qs are defending the 200. The SPY just bounced off the 200. So either we're going to lift right now. So this is why I'm taking partials. Can always add more to a winning position. But I want to see the conviction to the downside like we're seeing in Amazon. Brilliant move, but I'm glad I took my partial. I'm waiting to see if we either add or take a partial on these Qs in a moment. Apple looking great. Okay, decision time. You guys notice how we're look at the 200 now.
Watch the break under 250. Watch the break under 250 on Lulu.
Beautiful trade on
Lulu.
Way to hang on, man.
Yep, looking for multiple points to the downside here towards that 245.
Here we come. Here it goes, guys. 457.33 is a level I have marked right now on the Qs. 457.33. I don't think we're going to hold that. 202 print, guys, on Apple. Let's go. Let's go. Unbelievable. Don't be afraid to pay yourself, y'all. We're going to see some volatility this morning. That's no doubt.
Come on.
Okay. Here we go. Boom. There's a sell order block. That's terrifying. Let's see what markets do here. I think, Lulu, you're going to get your, 248, 247.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I'm looking for 3 or 4 points now underneath this 250 here, so just waiting on it. Apple's already let the bottom go here. Apple, what's that news stock that we were looking at yesterday? Is it NewMat?
Yeah, NMAX tanked all the way back to 40 something bucks.
Yeah. if I didn't check once, I checked 5 times to see if short shares were available. But obviously, with an IPO, they're not, or they're not here in the States. But that's why I was talking to Amir about him trading the on his platform there. You probably had him. I would have shorted that stock blindly at 200.
At $200.
Q4, yeah.
I just set it and forget it.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Check on it in like a month.
Yeah, it's just it's going to be paid. I mean, it's a $14 stock to 250 or something.
Yeah,
it's been nuts.
All right, y'all. Qs are trying to defend this 200, so maybe an opportunity to go long for a second. We should have blasted the bottom out here, just straight to the downside, but we are holding for whatever reason.
Yeah, and then Lulu's bouncing right off of 250, so it's going to be a little tougher road here to get through 250. But I'm going to hang in there with this stock.
I mean, look, at 45733 on the Qs is where
there we go.
We should see the snap.
We're right there right now.
Yeah, we're at it. So the trouble is, like, if I see it, I guarantee you, so do the bulls. And we've now defended that level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the last 5 minutes. So if we crack that, it is going to be a very abrupt move to the downside, which is what bulls want to prevent, because they're already taking on some losses, I imagine, this morning, if they weren't able to get out quick enough. Because we did move to the downside very abruptly last night. This is the day. If you've got a winning trade, it's okay to pay yourself, but also, like, you know. This is I'm telling you, this is like the playoffs, the Super Bowl. Like, you can make, like, I'm already up 11 today. It's pretty wild.
$11?
No. Add a couple more.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. There's our break on Lulu. Let's go.
All right, the Qs, this is it. We should stumble to the low of session right now. If we don't, then I'm going to be looking for opportunities to pick up a couple stocks like Tesla for a couple points.
Where it stops, nobody knows. Come on, Lulu. Pay off, baby. Got the share size, got the trade. Hey, DVG could be a one trade day.
Yeah, you got. Oh, look there. There's 248 print. Good for you.
You know, I need to crank under 248. Then I could very well be done.
Did you get 248?
Said it a million times. It's not the number of trades you take; it's the number of good trades you take, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, this Apple trade is. I mean, it played out perfectly for me anyway. But I took a big chunky position, so that's yeah, right on, Darren. Yeah. Well, I still have some runners left, not a ton, but I've got like 200 left. So let's see what happens. If it starts breaking lower, I may add like another 50 or 100 shares. But, like, this is like what I want to. I want to see this perpetual movement, so that if we crack below 200, which, again, we're gonna have hiccups and bumps along the way. But, like, I've taken a lot of my risk off the trade already. You know what I mean? So that was one of my big trades this morning. And it's not even that big of a move. You know, am I going to hold on to that position till I see 195? Like, I don't want to risk that, but I can sure hold 200 shares for that long. Yeah. And worst case, I break even. So again, trade management, I talk about the Super Bowl, the playoffs, whatever. This is like all that practice as a day trader that you're getting in, all those reps. We'll say, you know, it's not a bad day to be up this much in 19 minutes of the open. So, and XLI is now at 276. So I'm going to take a little bit off of that, just a tiny bit. So I'll leave 5 of those contracts on because we're up 133%. Why not? All right, guys, we're going to get a bullish pop here. So I'm going to get rid of some of these Qs here. I'm more than happy to get back in. But we're going to get a pop here more than likely before we get a drop. So paying myself on the way, looking at Tesla here. as it's literally probably the only stock that's strong enough. Meta at 540 is interesting for maybe a couple points, maybe.
Come on,
I don't
Lulu, you're
like
fooling
this
yourself.
push now, because it's gonna be in my opinion, a false push. So again, if you are looking to go counter trend right now, rule number one, pay yourself first. And cue the disclaimer. Not trying to tell you what to do with your money. Let's see here.
Still below the VWAP. Still trying to demonstrate as much patience as I can. With the Q jumping just a little, with the Q bouncing a little bit here.
Look at NVIDIA. That might be fun at 105. Here comes Meta. Guys, I'm going to try Meta for a bounce here. Let's see if we get anything out of that. Hold on. The only concern I have too is we're coming into that TikTok thing, so I might rather take NVIDIA or Tesla. Can't believe I'm going long Tesla here. Oh, that's a terrible fill. 27432. 27432. I just hit market order. I'll look for like a 1.5. PLTR. Let me look at that. I actually kind of like that space. Look at Lulu. RH, guys, it's game over. I'm going to be looking for, like we just picked up a new couch. I don't care. I'm going to go get another one. But maybe we'll get it for a steal of a deal. The stock is tanking.
What is that? RH?
Yeah, RH. They reported earnings, and then subject to these tariffs, game over. I like that trade, Darren. I like
Lulu's
that trade.
Lulu's in the same boat. I was just reading. I don't know what percentage of their stuff comes from Vietnam, but a ton. And Vietnam is the highest taxed country around there. So trying to be patient here with this trade.
Let's see, guys. I'm trying to look at these comments. I'm sure I missed it. You said good morning to everybody, I imagine, Scott, as you normally do.
Yep. Trent, the only thing I'm in right now is Lulu short.
Fabricio,
I'm not taking another trade.
Nike is in the same boat, right? Like a lot of their stuff comes from China, it comes from Vietnam, it comes from The other thing too worth noting is a lot of guys look at Meta now. We talked about that 540 bounce to 543. There's your 3 points, right? Keep an eye on that 460 level on the Qs though. If we can't get above that, then no bueno. Tesla was a small long position we're in, but I may get out of here. We'll see. If we don't push to the highs. Look at PLTR. That's a good. I like PLTR, LMT. I'm telling like this military stocks again. I like those again. And LMT is back at the 460 print. That's a big level for LMT. Ton of money sitting at 460. It's almost like a stepping platform for LMT. And you remember it got smacked all the way down to like 430 when they didn't win the Boeing contract or the 6th generation fighter contract. Speaking of Boeing, it's down at 157. I think that's subject a little bit to the consumers.
Yeah, there will be people, adjusting portfolios or putting cash to use on a day like today. There's no doubt.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Guys, keep an eye on the Qs. Gaining some Momo here. Like I think if 460 becomes a reality, then 462 is natural push on the Qs. If we start resisting that, then start looking for shorts again. This Tesla trade, I may just It's a small size. I may trim it even smaller than it is now. And then if it gets back up to the level I got in, then we can add a wait just maybe a minute or so. Yeah, Nike looking like it wants to fall off a cliff right now. You still in that Lulu trade?
Yep, still in the Lulu trade right now.
Nice.
We're just sitting here right at the VWAP, right? So I'd like to continue to see it. It gets a little support at 250, but I think that's going to wear off. You could see on the level 2, there's a lot of shares that are buying here at 250, which is just a round number. And we've been through it before. We're through it right now. So the key, I think DVG had said it before, the key is going to be 248. And we break 248, and it's going to be a home run trade for myself.
Well, the SPY's giving up before the Qs are. I'm going to get rid of this Tesla position in just a moment. I don't like the movement, so I'll be patient a little bit. It's Tesla, and again, because it's a small size, again, lesson, not telling you guys what to do, cue the disclaimer, but if you are going long, you are going super counter trend, because it's safe to say we are now officially in a bear market. We were in a bull market in a downtrend. We are now in a bear market, just starting the downtrend.
So with that in mind, do you, as a trader, do you sleep with some shorts here? Do you short the overall index? Are you using any type of call options right now? If in fact what DVG is saying is half true, right? We don't know anything, but the indicators and the levels that we're at right now, we let these go and we start to, as we said, trend down. Then it's like, hey, instead of this trending up in this bull market that we've been in, maybe the reversal now with everything that's going on internationally and with the with our leadership here in the U.S., maybe we get that. Here comes 248.
If you break that 248, it'll snap pretty quick.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's good for another point or so. Yep.
It'll be from 248 to 245, and then boom, partial.
Yeah.
Here it comes, man. I'm watching it.
Yeah, 11 cents, still 4 cents. Here comes support at 248. Let's see if it goes by the wayside. $0.07 with about a 36-cent spread.
All right, guys. I'm going to dump Tesla any minute because the Qs are back at that 45733 area. If we break that area, it's free fall. And I know that's, man, the bulls are stepping in every single time we get really close to that. So here comes Lulu Scott. Yep. You're holding for that, what, like 240?
Yeah, well, 245 would be in the back of my mind, but I'm going to have to let some go here under this 248.
Nice trade, nonetheless. Yeah. Beautiful trade.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Maybe look at this. Okay. All right. They want the bounce. They want the bounce. I think it's unfair. Guys, my XLI trade is now up at 293. That's wild. So we put up $1,200 to buy my time till the 17th. And the price was, I don't want to say the price was right, but it wasn't too expensive. And we, 1.5 to our money. Like, that's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. This is, I don't want to root on the collapse of economies, so to speak. But look, these markets we're going to see a new trader emerge from this whole thing. So Tesla out. We will see a new trader type emerge, and that's going to be one that understands fundamental analysis, and it's not just about charts. It's not drawing shapes on a chart, etc. Like, valuations are going to matter, and I think we're in that era, we'll say. Guys, this is a pretty, look at this fight. 45733. If you don't have it marked, I have it. Obviously, it's not exactly. It looks like more like 457 now. But 457 is the level. There is a war being fought at that level right now. We just almost tried to breach it, 45702, and the bulls have stepped up and the bears are stepping up. This one candle alone on a 1 minute. What did they put in that volume wise? Wow. JPM falling off a cliff. You guys know how I feel about that.
Come on. Fabricio's looking at Netflix. I know you posted that a little bit ago.
Ooh, Netflix, yeah. Surprising bounce. It's actually pretty holding up pretty well considering. Like that 930 area. That might be worth keeping an eye on because it's 50-50. It literally made its way back to the close. That's more than a lot of stocks can say right now.
Yeah.
Nvidia, maybe. Let's see what it's doing. Guys, the SPY is giving up. The Qs are not, but the SPY is like, all right, I've had enough.
I don't know on Netflix. Is that a good time to short this thing coming down under 929?
I'm not touching. It's not enough volume right now.
Yeah,
it can go either direction right now.
It's amazing how a big company like Netflix has that low of volume.
And not to mention, it's the $2 spread right now.
Yeah.
Tesla now falling. Meta now falling. Qs might give up here. 457. Let's see. SPY is definitely getting heavy. Yeah, looking more broadly, it looks like Procter Gamble, Coca-Cola. Again, we talked about these names as well. I'm curious, what is McDonald's doing? And Yum Brands. Yeah, no surprise, McDonald's is up. How about that? Yum Brands, Coca-Cola. When in doubt, what's Uncle Warren doing? Here comes the break on the Qs, guys. All right, now we run a risk. We run a risk of circuit breakers, basically. Now my XLI is worth 320. Wow. Okay, sweet.
Come on, drop the 248 this time. Yep.
I'm going to short MSTR 191. Small size. There we go. We're in. It's risky, but 291. There it is. $291 MSTR. Let's see if I want to take out pre-market lows. So that'll be like a one-way ticket down to 286. That's kind of where I'm looking for. Now I'm just like picking my shots. I'm not trying to guesswork anything. If we break a level, I'm going to take it for a couple points and then get out of the way. If we bounce, I'm not here to play the games. Yeah, see, Coca-Cola's up. Procter Gamble's up. McDonald's is up. UNH is up. Like energy down big time. CVX down 5%. Man. All right. I think it's SPY just put in a new session low. So is this where we really start to see the dump here?
I mean, one could say, hey, we're already down 1,400 points on the Dow. How much
Yeah,
more do we have to
I'm
go?
worried. I'm worried about a legitimate circuit breaker being triggered today.
Yeah, yep.
And that would be terrifyingly amazing if you're short. Great, but I mean, it's terrifying because this is like, you know, a lot of people's 401ks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, like. Of course, now MSTR wants to bounce all of a sudden. Tesla in trouble. Sitting at the 200.
I mean, you know, I hate to be the guy that just is stubborn, but you know, when you have a conviction, you're like, hey, I think it's going to go here. I want to see it there.
Q's now breaking lower under 456.
Mm-hmm. 454 is going to be the point, right?
452.31 is the next logical step down that I have on the Q's. 452.31. Cue the disclaimer. Again, it's just a question of when. Like, does it happen right now? Probably not, because you're going to find people, you know, you're going to find short interest here as we're aiming lower, and then people are going to try to come in and, you know, squeeze the shorts. It would make sense. We've seen that behavior happen multiple times. The problem is I just don't think that there's, like, if you are short, you just have to be a little more patient and take a little more pain. Like right now on MSTR, almost got out, but we're at the 200 EMA. We rejected even on this, you know, short volume spike. As long as the Qs and the SPY are aiming lower, I'm okay with hanging on to this, you know, unless it like spikes up to $300. Obviously, that would suck. But if we get under the level I initiated on at 291 on MSTR, I'll add. Here it comes. So if we get under 291, I'll just hit market order or whatever I feel. But guys, look at the Qs in the SPY now. We are really getting heavy. Uh-oh. New session lows. Getting ready to add on the MSCR.
37 cents to go on Lulu. Now 30.
Look at you. Crushing it.
Now 11. Now 2. Now 1.
Get your break. Let's go.
248. Let's go, baby. 248 on deck.
What a great trade that is, actually.
Mm-hmm. I'll take the pat on the back after the break of 248. There we go. Come on. Get the ask under 248 so we can flush this thing.
I think this might be the real break now. The Qs, the SPY is literally.
There we go. There we go. Come on.
We're at a technical discount level, technically, but I don't think it's going to hold. I think we're going to start shifting and start breaking some Bollinger Bands here. We still got the Apple trade moving too. There's Lulu. Nice.
Yeah, now we're down to where I'm going to cover some here. The 247.50. I'll place the order here, get out of some of this stock, and then we'll see where the rest goes. 245, certainly the target of where I want it to be. So, okay.
Watch the cues here.
Pay
We're going to
myself.
probably get a big red stripe any second. We'll see.
May or may not take another trade today. Got all of my work, well, actually all of my work done for me here. 245 extended target. Q's pointing down. Again, in my book, when you look at, if you're on the 5-minute chart and you look at the Q's in post-market yesterday, pre-market this morning, that 454 does make is going to be a bit of a challenge. And there'll be people buying off of that 454 mark for a bounce. But if we go through that, like DVG says, we're going to see, we could possibly see 452, and then all hell could break loose. It depends, you're down 1,500 points on the Dow, so you have to ask yourself, how much more can we go? Definitely can go more, there's no doubt about it. But there'll be people, you either have breakers come in, or you'll have people buying the market towards the bottom here. Good job, Darren. 253 was my entry on Lulu, and then 250 was my add, and then 247.5 was the cover. And I don't know. I mean, the stock's down 12.5%. That's pretty nasty.
Selling off now. Are we? I mean, did I just get in at the support level for MSTR? This 291. What in the world? Now I need to see that break. Just like 290's got to break. But this 292, for whatever reason, I'm seeing buyers stack up. Like, let's get those guys out of the way. Let's go visit the 280s. You know what I mean? Here we go. Finally.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, 290. Okay, let's add a little bit to this trade now on MSTR. Watch the stumble here. The SPY is done as it is done. Here comes MSTR, beautiful. Let's get a partial ready. I want to see like 286, 287. I want to see a big sharp drop here.
Meta down at the bottom too. I think one of my monitors is done.
Look at this. Now we're finding buyers again. I don't think so. I don't think so. This MSTR trade may not work out for me after all. Wow, Mark, you had Meta short. Right on. You got paid on that one, I hope. Yeah, this 540 zone is a big one for Meta. So breaking under and popping up, breaking under, popping up. Like, I get it. There's a reason why, like MSTR, I know 291, 292 is kind of a level. Some buyers there, but if they fail, I mean, it's 270 after that. Like, you know what I mean? So is that going to happen today? Maybe not. So maybe I'm a little late to the party. It's fine. So if anything, I might just trim it and hold it, and just see what happens. So I got to step away here in about 15 minutes or so, but I'll be back. A day like today, I definitely want to be participating in the markets.
A little bounce on the Qs here.
Might have to dump the MSTR position. MSTR. Yeah, I'll wait just a little bit longer, not much longer.
Apple, a little pop here.
Mm-hmm.
The Qs.
Tesla, I think, is it's holding its 200 right now.
Take care, Darren.
So,
Have a good one.
268.50 maybe, if you want to do a dip buying here. I might have to dump MSTR. I don't like that it's trying to hold here. I'll probably get rid of it here in a minute. Tesla 268. I'll nibble. I know 262 is really the level we want, but I'll put it up there if we get there. It'll be a small size again to try to buy the dip if we reverse. I'm not. I mean, I've got plenty of bearish positions, including I still have this Apple position and MSTR, but it'll be a real small size on Tesla. 268. I'll post it.
Qs not knowing where they're going to go. What are you thinking? 268 Tesla?
Yeah, it's like, look, so I think 262 is a level on the downside. That's kind of where I'd want to really start to consider nibbling. But just in case we turn and burn for a couple points, I mean, 268, if I get in, the target be like 271-ish, get like 3 points to the upside on the pop, and then let the, move the stop loss up basically on a trail. That's kind of where my head's at on it. Yeah, I tried to get in earlier, got stopped out. There's a small size, so it'd be a similar size, but I'm not complaining. Today's been an amazing trading session so far. Amazon, bye-bye. It took partials. Now we're just letting the winners do the thing. No trade Tesla. I might actually move down to 267.80. 267.80. No, let's move even lower. 267.75. I don't think it's coming though.
That looks a little sick here.
Yeah. That's there. 267.75 if we get filled here. And this MSTR trade is being a little too stubborn.
Wish I could see a bounce, but I just don't see one,
No, like Amazon just broke 180, just straight down. So I'm letting those runners do their thing. Apple, surprisingly, like trying to hold up, which is a little disappointing for me. Here comes Lulu.
245 target.
Silly trade on MSTR. All right, I'm giving it literally 30 more seconds on MSTR. If we don't break this previous low here, what was this? 289.59 in the next minute, then I'm going to dump it.
There's your Tesla trade.
Mm-hmm. NVIDIA moving. Okay. We are in Tesla. Small size, baby size. Start getting over 268 and a quarter, maybe I'll add, maybe. You guys remember the IWM?
I got about $1 to go here on the Lulu trade.
Well, maybe Tesla's not the one. It's all right. Yeah, I like the 262 level the best, but seeing if we see some fighting up at this level, so I don't mind size-wise, but anything under this low that we just put in, we'll just dump it and get out of the way. We've got short positions to take advantage of the downside move. Yeah, Amazon's working, just runners. Apple's working, just runners. MSTR, I really want to get a better cut. There's your 245 on Lulu. Beautiful break fine. There.
Going to be nice.
IWM is absolutely in the toilet. Qs are giving up. SPY's giving up. I mean, at this point, Tesla, like, if I can get my money back.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to have to get out of this thing. But when I say, like, because it's counter trend, I say baby size. It really is baby size. So, like, for it to move $2, I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, 30, 40 bucks. It's fine. MSTR, please just like collapse to like 260. That would be amazing. Sorry, Michael Saylor. Shout out to you. Let's see. All right, I'm giving up on this MSTR trade, y'all. Let's see. Don't want to get out on a spike, but I think that's it. That's the move. Hey, look at that, Tesla. All right. Well, there's a spike on Bitcoin futures right now.
going to take a try here at Amazon long 180.20. 180.20 long Amazon off
out
the
of
bottom
the
here.
MSTR trade. Apple now coming into my entry. What the heck's going on there?
And target's going to be 182, 181, 181. Small share size. See what happens here.
Tesla. Okay, I'll add a little on Tesla. You know, we're moving.
Just watch that VWAP line, really.
What in the world is happening here? You know what's weird? So you and I have the same platform, Scott.
Uh-huh.
Is like on days like today, I find that you get more like errors.
Are you talking on the Fidelity platform?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean error?
Well, like, so if you're in and out of a trade on a day like today where there's just so much happening,
yeah,
there's a slight delay in
yeah,
like reflecting your P&L and stuff.
Yeah,
which I think
no
is just
doubt.
really poor form.
1,000%. Like this morning, I got into the Lulu short trade a couple of times, and I would be looking at my my trades in my my P&L, and it wouldn't even reflect the trade.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Like it triggered the I closed out 5 of those contracts for XLI. It shows that it posts, but then like wasn't reflected in the remaining, quantity, and didn't show that it was banked profits. I'm like, what? Then obviously it catches up, but it's just kind of frustrating. So my new platform should be ready to go, I think, by next week. So
That's going to be great. Yeah, I mean there are some nuances like that and some things that that's frustrating, especially when you're trying to size up and figure out where you're at with trades and stuff, and then it's not on time when it should be. How hard is that? I mean their execution. I think their execution is pretty darn good, but the problem that they have is everything else kind of lacks. And then you click on stuff and it has to open in a
separate
browser.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, man. But like I tell everybody, it's like, well, why are you with them? It's like, well, they're the ones that brought me to the dance, so I just stick with them.
Paul, I'm going to interactive. So nice thing too is it'll give you an option to trade futures, which I may get into a little bit more.
Tell you what's not looking back is Apple off the bottom here. So
I still have the runners left on Apple. I mean, I'm not complaining on how we ended up there, but this MSTR trade was unfortunate to have to dump. We did add to Tesla here. Again, I'm looking for like 271 targets, like 3 points on the bounce. If we get more than that, great. Just I'll let it run, and just in case we start to push higher. But I don't know. So I said before, I am 100% bearish before I'm bullish. But it's hard to deny. Like we could totally bounce here. I mean, the fact that Apple's literally pretty close to my entry. I mean, after taking it for quite a few points. MSTR, they literally have 100% every time. It's like my Apple trade. So guys, for the record, Seth, I know you've been seeing me short Apple for a long time. I finally got the W on Apple. Finally. Jeff says thank you for Lulu.
You're welcome.
Scott.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, it was a great trade, and we'll see if, like I said, it breaks 245. We'll see 240. I'm hoping now Amazon gets a little pop. Look at this darn Apple trade now.
Hey, Mark, I appreciate it. I'll check that out. Yeah. Is that who you used to or no?
I think TC2000 is only charting. Am I right, Mark? Just for charting, and then you can integrate a platform, or am I wrong? Well, Tesla's turning. Apple's turned. Come on, Amazon, you turd. Let's go.
All right. I think I'm going to get on Tesla finally. Finally, I'm going to get it. Target's going to be 271 to 272. Get like 3 to 4 points out of this thing. Did you end up taking the Amazon trade, or are you still waiting on that?
Yeah, no, I'm in it. I'm in it and bleeding.
No. I still got my runners short on that, and I'm still hanging on to the runners on Apple. But it goes to show. On the one hand, like I want to improve certain aspects of my trading, but it's hard to deny. I mean, how I trade has made me a profitable trader for a reason, and even holding on to this size of my runners on Apple, I'm kind of, I don't want to say disappointed, but I'm like, now I'm like giving back money. You know what I mean? But it's okay. Just trying to be patient. I did the same thing with Amazon today. Kind of got in and around my entry, and I'm like, it's okay. It's a smaller size. Let's just see if the break continues, and here we are. But Tesla is not playing nice. Meta's back in the 540s again. All right, y'all. I got to step away for a minute. I'll be back.
All right, we'll be here. I'll give it 2 points to 178. That's about it, though. I got small share size. I'm hoping it pops here to get a chance to come in. Yeah, there you go. Enjoy, Scott. Yep. Yeah, my monitor that was off all morning long just popped on and then just popped off. Crazy. Got a new one on the way. Oh, and a broker. TC2000 is a broker also. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I'm out of the trade on Amazon with a losing trade on Amazon, AMZN. It's too bad. Yep.
Well, we got stopped on Tesla. Now watch it fly here in a minute. It's all right though. These are little tiny baby trades on these counter moves. We did get an ad there, which is unfortunate. So even still, manageable loss. MSTR we got as a loser today. Apple, I'm just kind of bummed. Like I wanted to see Apple really fall, and it's showing some strength, surprisingly. Meta might be interesting here, 539, small size, counter move, but I don't want to go long really anything until I see a directional change. It's kind of like the reason you don't short stocks at all-time highs. Like, yeah, you could give it a shot, but you might get run over, right? And this is the same situation. You're going long off the bottom, you're in a higher risk of just being left behind. So definitely be cautious. Direction is down. They're announcing it on all the big news media channels. We're officially in a bear market, this and that on certain indices, but I mean, just look at any chart.
That's when you're going to get people buying when they announce stuff like that.
Exactly. Like you'll see the initial panic and then people just wait for the next level. Like again, Tesla, I'm waiting down at 262 now. I want to give that a try. Like we start breaking below that, and if we see it become support, I might buy it for a little bit, maybe swing it for a day. I don't know. We'll see.
Traders, I'm going to come back into Amazon right here at 178. I'll post it again. My first trade was a losing trade. Small
I'll
share
cover
size
some here.
again. Yep. Amazon 178.
I'm going to cover some of the runners here on Amazon.
Just a little bottom fishing here off the hole number 178. And if we don't get it, then fine. But target will be 180, 2 points up.
Bitcoin now literally hanging on by a thread at the lows. Again, I like Meta here for a scalp on a bounce. It can move so aggressively to the upside. So to get like 3, 4, 5 points out of it might be kind of fun, but I'm looking at Nvidia falling off a cliff. Now I'm looking at MSTR and it's finally doing what I wanted it to do. I'm going to get that off my screen actually. Coin in deep trouble. Let's see.
Still hovering around 1,500 points down on the Dow and 900 on the Nasdaq. So,
you know what? I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna throw a Hail Mary on Tesla instead of shares. I'm just gonna risk $1,000. They expire technically tomorrow, Friday. They'll be out of the money. $280 call options. Let's see. Yeah, they're $1.70.
How much can you get them for? $1.70.
Yeah, so I'll put up $1,700. Let's see if I get in there. Sure. And then like leave it alone. So if I lose like $500 on it, then done. And then it'll be easier for me to do that because then I can handle the ebbs and flows. But if I lose $500, then I dump it. So we'll do that. Look at Lulu now. Are you still in it?
Oh yeah, I still have a few shares here.
Okay,
I mean, it's going to be under 245.
MSTR finally broke. It knocks me out and then makes the move. Ain't that something? The dip buyers have left the building. Again, 452.31 next target, logical level on the Qs. I think it's coming here. Lulu now breaking under 245. Tesla, thanks a lot.
$177 on Amazon will be my stop.
I suppose what I should have done is buy put options on Tesla and then buy shares at 262. That's the pro move right there. Four, 5, 2, 31 on the Qs. If that gives up, well, big problems.
Q's at the low.
Oh, MSTR. Jeez Louise. The move happened just enough like, oh, DVG's in this trade? Watch this. Let's take him out first. My XLI remaining 5 options are now worth $395. We paid $1.20 for them. It's pretty sweet. PLTR. Let's see what that does here as the markets continue to move lower. Steady progression. NVIDIA now down at 103. Realistically, we know 102 is a big level. We start breaking 102, well, go meet the 90s. Pretty wild. But if it gets anywhere near 88 bucks on NVIDIA, I know that sounds wild to say, but that's where my head's at. If it gets down to 88, it might be a longer term buy and hold, which we probably can do here. I mean, never underestimate the power of markets. Just as aggressive as we move to the upside, we can aggressively move to the downside. MSTR really breaking my heart today. Tesla as well. No. Well, we are at that $500 mark on these options. So I might just say adios amigos on Tesla. I'm going to see if we bounce through 262. So right now we just broke below. Technically now I'm losing more than I wanted to, but let's see what we do here at 262. Oh, MSTR, look at it go now. Okay, we should see a bounce here on the Qs in a moment. Again, needle and thread is kind of what I'm anticipating to see. At least some bulls step in here and fight a tiny bit. But if we don't, and we break this level and don't look back, well, here come the, what do you call it? Circuit breakers. I'm going to add to my Apple trade, actually, right here. Just a small extra bolt on here. If Tesla can hold 262, I'll let it ride. Okay, NVIDIA's down in the 102 print now. We'll see what we do at actual 102, like on the dot. decision on TikTok should come out tomorrow. So let's keep an eye on names like Meta. Wow. I don't want to play the coulda, shoulda, woulda game, Scott, but I was loading up on some put options yesterday, timing it multiple times. I got ran over a couple times, and I just pulled up one of them that I bought for like literally $1 and change. They are now up $12. Pretty wild. Yeah, Tesla holding that 262 level for now. So I'd say it's kind of like the beginning of a needle and thread. The problem is the markets are still, just this isn't even CTAs selling now. It's literally just funds saying, "Hey, we got to get out of these positions if they haven't already," and whether they're taking losses or who knows. But this could be a devastating day for several big funds. Some might actually get wiped out. Not really a good thing, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want that, but nice, AG. Nicely done. Oh, Meta. Okay, Amazon. All right. The importance of levels. Look at what Tesla at 262. Now it's holding for now. I don't really think I'm going to take any other trades. I may pick up a little bit of Meta here at 537, just for a bounce, small size. I'm considering it. I'm not taking it, but I'm watching it. I mean, it's an ugly chart, but that's the point. Is if we do get a bounce, which we're right at this 45231 level on the Qs, which is where I would expect to see a little bit of a bounce. And again, some defense there, but if it doesn't, then down we go. 537 Meta. 20 shares, why not? Small size. Okay, META over. Ooh. Oh, that's a big buy block that just showed up. Okay. Interesting. Another one. Another one. Okay. Is that shorts covering or is that actual buying? There's a sell block. Okay. And there we go. Now we see a little battle. I'd hate to dump the Apple trade because like I wanted to see a break under 200. I think Apple around 178. I think it's kind of a, I'd say 178 to 165 maybe. It's probably what I'd consider adding to my portfolio. I still have a lot of these big tech names in my portfolio, but it would be like, do I really want to move my dollar cost up or not? You know, I'm going to go full size Meta at right here. I'm going to do an ad for like a quick 3 or 4 points. There we go. So it'd be very tight stop. 535.80. We go there. I'm out. Looking for a bounce here. And does it get really aggressive on the bounce? Question. I really need to find a way to take MSTR off my screen somehow. There it is. Here comes the bull charge. Last attempt. Okay, looking again for 540 to 542-ish on Meta. Be awesome if we hit it right now. Whoa. Don't do it, Meta. Don't do it. I think we're going to see a pop here. Pop, maybe then a drop, but maybe we test the VWAP on Qs, the SPY or something. That's kind of, and then if we get a technical breakdown from there, yeah, then we go straight down. But I would say that'd be pretty healthy for markets right now. So if you are bottom fishing like I am right now in Meta, you know, stop loss very tight. It's basically a 3-to-1 trade. And then this whole option move with Tesla, technically they expire tomorrow. So like realistically, I don't mind. I was thinking if I lose $500, dump it. but I'm going to start approaching theta decay any moment. So I may, if I start breaching that time horizon, I might just hang on to them. I mean, they're way out of the money, so. All right, guys, here comes the move. Here comes Meta. Again, watch it. Looking for 540. I want to see a big, like green candle push, and I'm take a partial off, basically. Like I don't want to see a slow rise to that number. I want to see one big candle that gets us into that 540 range, and I'll be pulling some shares off once we get up that way. 540.60 is the peak there, and we got view up at 541.50. So maybe we get a push up to that level. I like these little baby candles. It's just constant selling. So it just takes one big buyer to come push that higher. It's some Momo, and then I'll be right there to sell.
Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me now? Yeah. I was asking about the theta decay when you were talking about that. That's exactly where you start to see that kind of that crust and that turn down to where you're going to zero, right? I mean,
yeah. So if theta's, one of the Greeks, so basically it's around timing. Guys, here comes the move on Meta. Let's go. But the closer you get to your expiration date, the more that has an impact or decay in the price. So, when you look at delta, you look at gamma, there's a percentage or a number tied to how that moves. And then, comparison to like for every dollar that a stock moves, then that respective option moves at a certain rate. Well, that changes by the day because the closer you're getting to your expiration, the more that has an impact. Like right now, I'm actually going to take a couple more off XLI because it's up at 430. And I'm optimizing and minimizing my theta exposure, even though it's down significantly. I just 3x my money, so I'm not gonna not take anything off. But yeah, so back to your point about theta decay is literally like the closer you get to your expiration day, the more that plays a factor into the value of your option. So if let's just say I'm at a 280 strike on Tesla, we're down at 263. Every minute that we're not anywhere closer to 280, there's a coefficient or ratio that has an impact on the overall value of your option.
Right, I got you.
Do not give up now, Meta. We're up on this trade, but I don't want to give it back. Let's get a big push now, 540 plus.
Okay, traders, just up about $1 here on the Amazon trade, targeting 180 now on Amazon, AMZN. Remember, I was stopped out of this trade in the first go around.
Q's aiming lower, not making me feel great about this pop here on Meta, but maybe we get a little turbo boost. That's what I'm shooting for here. 452.31. We just tagged it right now on the Qs. That this level should hold for a little bit. Should, will, could, all different words. All right. I'm feeling better about this Meta trade now. Tesla really trying to fight for that 262 print. If it gives that up, I don't know where the bottom is. Oh, MSTR. One of you guys have to tell me how we end up on MSTR at the end of the day, but we were shorting that 291. Target was 286. We're there now. And I got stopped out. Womp womp. Well, the Qs are breaking lower. SPY's breaking lower. Look, I'm going to keep the runners that I've got left. We've got a tiny position. We covered a few actually right around when Scott was getting in. So this 177, like low 178 print. On Amazon, Apple, we still got the runners from the initial position today. I'm added a tiny extra. We still have this meta position, so we'll see what happens there. Anyhow, we'll chat soon.
Well, I'm still here and I'm still waiting on the Amazon trade. I'll stick around for about 10 more minutes or so. See if we can get this to pop over 180. I don't see why we can't. Bouncing off the bottom here. Maybe this push here will take us over. Again, target 180. Here comes the 180. Watch the push towards the VWAP now. Should get that push over 180. Small pullback here. We'll see if we can get up and go now. Okay, there goes the 180. Let's see if we can get up to that 180.20 or so. I'll take some off here. Probably 3/4 of the trade going to come out. Got the VWAP right above it though. Okay, there's the 20. I'm going to come out of here right now. 3/4 of the trade out on the Amazon trade. Worked out nicely after getting stopped out. Yep. Register's open. Okay, I'm going to take this time to be done for the day. I'm going to keep the little quarter share size here at Amazon left for the balance here. We'll see what happens. Everybody have a great day today. Michael, thank you so much. Time for the old man nap. I don't blame you, brother. Okay, everybody take care of themselves. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see you tomorrow. A great trading day today. Markets doesn't matter, right? If you're a trader, it really doesn't matter. So I had a nice couple of trades today. That's really about it. And I will see everybody tomorrow. Thank you, Clifton. The rest of the team, Allie, take care. Martins, enjoy. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Still got party people on the line or what? Anybody in that meta trade though? 241 banked, runners are gone. Tesla options still in play. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, stepped away for a little bit. And what is it, the old saying? The cat's away, the mice will play. Guys, Tesla moving, grooving. Meta, amazing. I'm actually going to take some more off of Meta right now. That's always nice. You leave for a little bit, you come back and make some dough, right? We still have the trade open on Apple to the downside, which literally, I don't mind giving a little bit over, like, maybe 207 or something like that. But guys, what a day. A great day for opportunity, great day to test levels. For those of you guys that marked your charts on Tesla at 262, literally just lay a horizontal line at 262. Unbelievable. You heard it first here at the 44 Trade Nation. It's your trading buddy, DVG. Come on now. Let's show some love. Can you guys hear me, though? Do we have folks here on the line? Say what's up. Anybody? Maybe nobody? Vincent's in the house. Jeff's in the house. What's up? All right, cool. Well, look, we got a nice bounce. Watch the Qs. They're at the VWAP. Watch the SPY. We're at the VWAP, right? Meta, what an aggressive shift. I'll be honest, guys. We got lucky on that ad, and I put them up for sale at 241.22. Random number, I know. Put it up for sale. Had to step away, take a phone call. Came back, and my partial was filled. And now we've got runners playing up at 551 with an entry at 537. Let's go. Just saying. Didi, you're here. What's up, Miguel? What's up? Seth's in the house. Oh no, Seth. Oh no. Well, these days are tricky. I say that like it's playoffs. Like for me, it was favoring the downside, waiting for the downside happen. I mean, you saw, I'd say MSTR was kind of my trade that was like, a little frustrating getting in at 291, bounced up, then finally got the breakdown at 285. But now look, it's back up to 291. The trade's available again if I want it. But the problem is if we push higher, it's a very, high probability. Right now we're in that 50-50 zone for the Qs and the SPY, etc. What I would recommend is if you're going counter trend, which is like what we're doing with Tesla, like what we're doing with Meta right now, you got to be willing to pay yourself. You just have to. Now, I didn't think I was going to get this big of a push on Meta, to be honest. I was thinking like 241 to 242. We got our first partial, and now I just made another 10 points on my runners. Amazing. Like you take that as a blessing. Thank the trading gods that are above, and you move on, right? So I'm going to leave a few runners on Meta, but like way better move than I anticipated. Meanwhile, the Qs stuck at the VWAP, SPY stuck at the VWAP, but look around and see what you can find. What's way above the VWAP, i.e. Amazon. So Amazon stopped out my last little bit of runners we had. I think Scott actually took that one long, so hopefully made some money on that while I was away. But NVIDIA, weaker, below the VWAP, below the 200, right? Tesla, above the VWAP, above the 200. Meta, way above. Palantir was a stock I was very interested in today. Just didn't manage to take the trade. Beautiful move above the VWAP and the 200. So there's definitely going to be performers today. And I say performers, meaning like United Health Group, McDonald's, J&J, Procter & Gamble. It's a small handful, but think about what this is proposing when you look at this, right? So you're going to have cheaper food. People are going to have to go shopping on the essentials. So Costco, Walmart, Target, whatever, right? Groceries, we'll say. And they're going to have to buy cheaper food. So move to McDonald's, maybe Domino's Pizza, maybe not so much CMG or Chipotle, maybe, I don't know. Right. But these are the kind of things that think about where the money's shifting. So if you know where the puck is going, it's easy to get in front of the puck if you can go to where the puck is going versus where the puck is. And I think that right now, like that's kind of what we're up against. Meta, in my mind, part of the reason I was even buying it under 540, 540 is a big level. I take a little risk, take a little bit of risk there. And if we get a bounce, great. But because we're coming into the TikTok news tomorrow, right? So TikTok news, if it happens, and let's say Amazon actually wins that bid, Amazon stock will likely rally a little bit. and Meta stock will probably move down a little bit. Why? Because now you don't want a competitor like Amazon going against Meta. It's a tough fight, right? You want it to go to some random company, and then Meta benefits from it. Why? Because you're going to have more usership, right? So that's the view on that whole situation. At least for me, cue the disclaimer. It's just an opinion. It's not financial advice, right? But that's where my head's at. Anyways, let's take a look. We got Play Money's working on trade. Yeah, okay. Actually, 0 for 5 today. Oh no, man. But Play Money are 3 out of 4. Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know. You tell me, Seth. Is it entry? Is it sizing? Or is it patience? And the reason I say that is, like, if I'm looking at, let's say, for example, Meta, like I got it in 537, my stop loss at that point was pretty well defined. Low of the day. It never showed up. Thank goodness. Right? Doesn't always happen that way. MSTR got in at 291, was having trouble breaking that level. Then it bounced. I trimmed some. I'm like, maybe it'll go. And then it moved up to, like, I don't know, 295 or something like that, 294 and a half. And I'm like, all right, maybe I'm just in the wrong space. Well, I didn't give myself enough time for that trade to play out. And I had to eat a 3-point loss. Luckily for me, it wasn't a huge position, but it ended up playing out. The trouble is you got to be quick on the, I'd say the exit when we know, look, markets have been bullish for whatever reason. I wouldn't say there was a real reason other than anticipation of tariffs. So we know we found buyers. So was that a chance for big institutions to run up the market, squeeze the shorts, to dump on retail traders? Feels like that right now, doesn't it? But at the same time, there are buyers out there, and now they're getting it even cheaper than what they were buying before. So do we get a bounce here? One last go? Maybe. I mean, I would see that we were running up for the last few trading sessions for no reason. Like, really, there was no reason for it. Jobs report was bad. Tesla's delivery numbers were bad. Like, there was just all this stuff where you're like, why is the market going up? Doesn't really make sense. So all that to say, we are in, that's why I say there's the playoffs, the championships, we'll say, because these markets are going to be even more tough, I think, in the next 3 months. Does it go straight up? Maybe. Does it go straight down? Maybe. Or do we get a lot of this, again, trader's paradise? Get in, take your 3, 4, 5 points. Maybe you get a directional move, you make 10 points. Amazing. And just kind of go from there. But it is definitely a tricky game, I'd say, right now, because in theory, we should have really broken down even further. Why? Because we tested that 45231 level on the Qs. You guys remember that level? Just talking about that level all morning. What do we do at that level? Mark your chart, pull up the Qs, look at 45231. It's not just an invented number. Like, it's literally a color-coded placeholder on my chart for a reason. That is like your, I'm going to call it the safety parachute. Your first parachute doesn't go off, boom, there's your secondary. Can we break that level? Of course we can. And start to move lower? Absolutely. Like right now, we're at the bottom end of a previous channel at 45733 on the Qs. Why do I keep talking about the Qs? Because for me, that is a barometer for the rest of the Mag 7. So if we're seeing money move into tech, you'll see it in the Qs. If you're seeing money move into markets more broadly, you're probably going to see that in the SPY, right? So again, this is a huge opportunity to either buy the dip, a legitimate dip, like let's say, for example, on Tesla at 262. I mean, I got in at 265, got ran over, then picked up some call options. But I don't mind holding those call options because, to me, not to say it's play money, but at least for me, conceptually, it's kind of more like I can't say it's less risky because that's not the right word. But like if you buy, 200 shares of Tesla, you see that number move around pretty fast, right? Whereas if you buy 10 options, you could argue you see that number move around quite a bit as well. But it's, your downside risk, like if it goes to zero, right? So for me, like I'm using these options kind of like as a mechanism to go, okay, well, if it does happen to move, great. And if it doesn't, fine. But I can afford to hold it a little bit longer than I would if I had shares. Because with shares, I'm like, hey, give me access to those funds. And, again, I want to, so on and so forth, right? So anyways, it's frustrating though, Seth, for sure. I've had a few trades. Yesterday was brutal for me. Brutal. I kept picking up a bunch of put options. And I was telling myself the same thing I was telling myself, even now, about like being able to just tolerate the down and the up and the whatever. And I was like, okay, well, I'll give it $400. If I lose $400, I'll dump these options. And then it got tagged like 3 times. And then a 4th time after the close. I mean, you guys got to see that live. I bought like 2 put options. Those put options, just for giggles, I mean, even we've bounced a bit, but let's just look at those. I'm curious. I think there were 564s on April 3rd. Oh, let's pull it up. That's disgusting. I hate even looking at this. And we're moving higher, so that means they were even more. So I paid, if you guys remember, well, I think it was like 360. If I'm remembering correct, I can go look at my journal, but I paid $3.60, something like that. $3.80. That's what it was. $3.80. So I was risking $760 in my mind. They're now worth $18.80 today. So to give you perspective, I'd have been up $3,600 to $3,600. So a 3K trade for $700. That's wild. And technically we were a lot lower, so they'd probably be worth even more if I'd gotten out, down at that 539 print. But yeah, if you kick yourself, nothing good comes from it, right? But man, like I had a ton of put options yesterday that literally like coulda, shoulda, woulda if I held on to them. Like I'm not mad at the trade. I'm a little bit more like disappointed in the outcome. The one good news is that we were able to get paid big time on this XLI short because I had a longer time horizon. And guess what? It was in options and it was, a little further out of the money, and it was pretty inexpensive, $1,200, right? So again, it's kind of when you're using play money, it's a little bit easier to not care about the ebbs and the flows, right? Whereas if it's personal money, you're like, dude, oh my God, up or down $300, $400, $500, $600 can make a difference, right? But I hate hearing that though, Seth. Like I want to see you crush it, man. Well, I'm barely hanging on to this Apple trade. Again, they're just runners now. I had to step away, and now I'm seeing it kind of move, against a little bit. So I may trim this up a little bit just because I'm seeing the SPY and the Qs trying to bounce. Again, worth noting, check out 460 to 462. You get over 460, 462 is next level. 457, 33 is a big level I have marked. We're there like right now-ish on the Qs. And again, you don't have to use the Qs. You don't have to listen to a word I'm saying because it's not financial advice, y'all. It's just an opinion. That said, let me just get a quick shout out. How is everybody doing today? I know Seth, unfortunately, 0 for 5 is not a fun one. How's everybody else doing? Anybody? Nobody? Gel, green, good. What was the trade for you that did that? Was it one that you took on your own? Was it one Scott posted, I posted, something? And that Palantir trade, I had it up and I didn't take it, but man, really liked it. Like 83 level. Oh well. Scott, cool. Small green, Jeff. All right, that'll work. These are vicious markets right now. The one good thing, even like on the runners I have, let's say for example, I'm at even after took a partial here. While on the 1 minute you could argue we put in a golden cross, like it's still not. I mean, I don't believe it. You know what I mean? Like we're probably going to start selling if anything. I do think Tesla really wants to be at $300. And it doesn't, like $300. The only reason is, so we hit 291 pre-market when the first tariff stuff come out, but built in the USA, benefit, check. So tariffs minimal, right? Getting a tax rebate off the interest payment. It's like what, if you have a business and you lease a car, you can write off the lease. That's actually, they're looking to make that an executive order that if you buy from a US car, made in the USA, and you get interest payments, aka borrow money to buy your car, you can now write off the interest payment on your personal tax, which is new. Normally, you had to do that as a business, and then that's a whole different taxation model, right? You got depreciation, blah blah blah. Again, it's different when you purchase first lease, but fundamentally, that whole concept is going to help cars a little bit, because I didn't realize this, but a lot of people have, like, I'm going to say the average person has car payments that are like over like $1,000 a month. I didn't know that. Like, and I'm gonna say like a regular type car. Like, I could understand if you went out and bought like a Porsche or something, but apparently like a lot of, like, even new trucks are like $100,000. Which is just pretty wild. So anyway, that could be an interesting benefit for Tesla midterm, short term. I don't know. But we saw the excitement in Tesla even after they had horrible delivery numbers. I think, people were just using it as an excuse, like, oh, hey, Elon's coming back and all this other stuff. Let's run up the stock again, squeeze the shorts. And then come to find out, I think he's not leaving anytime soon. Is that what we ended up hearing? I don't know. You can't tell these days. But look, there's a lot of money at 300, 350, 400 that bought into that stock that just have not had a chance to get out. So I'm not saying there's a guarantee we go higher. It's just, maybe there's just some random news that comes out that forces the stock higher on a whim as a last hurrah. You know what I mean? Kind of like with Meta and TikTok. Maybe there's a last hurrah on that because there's a ton of money at 577, ton of money up at 600. So being able to buy it for 530, 540, it's kind of a deal. We'll see. I'm trimming up though as we move higher. Every time we print another point on Meta, I'm taking a little more, and then we'll leave like, maybe the lucky share. We'll leave like one. Yeah, Jeff, you said Elon's not leaving right away. Yeah, well, that's understandable too, right? But it's been a sporadic stock, without a doubt. It doesn't really obey the cues that well, And then you take certain stocks, like you could argue Meta and the cues look exactly the same, but as a proportion of its A, cost, and B, movement, Meta is definitely stronger today. Definitely. Look, I'm going to keep looking around. Right now, we got the positions we got. We got stopped out on Amazon. We got Meta long. We got Tesla on some options, call options. We're still way out of money. They're 280 strikes. So, I mean, the good news is we're making money on them now, which is nice. And then we still got a couple left on this Apple trade. I don't really mind. I'll probably hang on a little bit longer. I still think Apple's going to suffer quite a bit in the coming weeks, months, because the tariffs that impact their business are very real. And I think what's really interesting is I kind of had to tip my hat when I saw that, when China first heard about the tariffs, magically in places like Cambodia, these manufacturing facilities just started showing up. And I'm talking like massive, like 400,000 or 4 million square feet type warehouses that were being built in Cambodia. And it was to bypass the tariffs that China knew were like, it was coming, right? So like, just move everything through Cambodia, no big deal. Well, when you see the list of tariffs, Cambodia's on the list. So they built all this stuff as a preemptive strike against tariffs. And now they're still going to get tariffed in Cambodia. So just really, really fascinating to see what's happening, y'all. That's all I can say. Really fascinating. And I don't know if you guys are listening to Bloomberg right now, but apparently they're going to have these tariffs are going to be impacting the beverage industry. So I don't know if you guys were watching that, but that is something to keep in mind. So luckily for us, my wife, who likes to drink, nice French Bordeaux's, etc., we picked up a bunch before all this went down. So I think temporarily we'll see those, prices move higher. But like if you think about like a lot of so like Coca-Cola, for example, they've got a big bottling facility in Mexico. So Canada and Mexico have been kind of left off the list. I think Russia too, maybe a couple others. But I think we're going to try to deal with those trading partners differently. Maybe I don't know. But ooh, that's interesting. I'm just hearing about this now too. So think about sodas, fill in the blank, right? People are now trying to move back to glass, which you guys all know. Anytime you get the glass bottles, it's more expensive, right? But they're trying to move to that because the tariff on aluminum is across the board, and the cost of making an aluminum can is going up, which means the price. If you wonder why a 12-pack of Coca-Cola is now like $8 when it used to be like $3. Who knows? Getting into the recycling business right now might be a little more profitable, but yeah, just interesting to see. Like people are starting to understand the trickle down effects. And again, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I don't know if it helps or not, but guys, it's good to understand the supply chains of these companies, and more importantly, revenues. Like where do they make their money? Like as a portion of countries. So like how much money does Apple make from China? I happen to know that number, but I also know how much they make from Europe. Well, the top two people that are being taxed, and the reason why I wanted to short Apple today was a big portion of their revenue comes from those two regions. And they're going to have the highest level of tariffs. Now, granted, with the one exception, if Apple, I guarantee you in the next probably 24, I shouldn't say guarantee, but something magically will happen in the news. I'm saying probably with Apple, where it's like, oh, they're going to invest, $1 billion here in the States effective immediately or something like that. And then boom, the stock will go up. Right. So I'm sure there's something like that brewing. Like I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I've been doing this a while, and so nothing really surprises you anymore in this business, but definitely be on the lookout for stuff like that. So is 205 a good opportunity to buy on Apple? I'd like to see a 1 in front of that print first, but maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe this is the time to pick up some Apple, but it's stuff like that to just keep in mind. Like understand the companies, understand where they're making the revenue, understand what that impact might have. It's like even with Amazon, Amazon's already going through the vendor management process to see where they could shift and switch gears to ensure their supply chains are not as heavily disrupted, right? Like there's companies right now that already had this business continuity plan based on tariffs if it has an impact on, your potential supply and demand, or more importantly, your supply chain. So, but what's really cool though, is when you hear about companies that are doing that, it just goes to show like, that's why these companies are the best in the world, biggest and best in the world for the time being, is they are planning for this ahead of the time. Like, business continuity planning is pretty, it's a broad basket of capabilities. And like during COVID, you found out really fast how prepared or unprepared companies were in a catastrophe type situation that was maybe force majeure, which you could argue COVID was. People understood like, hey, we really need to make this a priority and have business continuity planning so that we know like if this happens, then this happens. If this happens, then that happens across the board, across, executive levels, across supply chain levels, across fill in the blank. So that was kind of, I'd say like the recital or the rehearsal. And Now you're seeing the companies that took it either seriously and doubled down on it, or missed the memo and are now suffering or just ignored it. And you're going to have some more distinct winners and losers in the situation. So anyway, it's exciting to be a trader, guys. I'm going to stay in these positions for now. Luckily, like I said, with Meta was trimming up, and once we got a 550, 551, I was just taking some off little by little. The Tesla trade I'm going to hang on to for a bit just because they're options, and they're going to dance a little bit. They expire tomorrow, so let's see if we get a nice push, maybe over the highs. So 275 would be awesome. Maybe I'll make a little bit of money off these options after all. I'll keep the position on Apple, and then just looking more broadly, look, I think Bitcoin just collectively is in trouble. I think there could be an opportunity, midterm maybe to pick some up, but I think Bitcoin really has to break down to 60. Yeah, I said it. I'm going to get a lot of flack for that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Also, I'll be keeping an eye on a couple of the dollar pairings. So I'm watching the Australian dollar to the US dollar, the Japanese yen, the British pound. I'd say those are pretty common to keep an eye on, but I'm just eyeballing them to see what might be coming. And then the last bit, guys, anybody watching gold or the bonds? Anybody watching bond markets? I know they're not nearly as exciting. Wow. Wow. Look at the VIX. Spiked up to what, 29, almost 30? All right, y'all. Well, listen, I'm going to take a break for a bit. We'll step away. I'll see if I can come back maybe around. I want to see how we kind of close up today. So I'm not going to do a full afternoon session, but I'll probably pop in around maybe 3 o'clock just to see how things are going. Maybe some of y'all are here, maybe not. But look, it's going to be it's a wild one. Watch this 457 level on the Qs. We just tried to breach. It didn't happen. So until we get a push over 460 to 462, maybe we have a real shot of a legitimate relief rally. Otherwise, this could be an opportunity to find some short positions. Definitely keep an eye on your heat map. There are some sectors that are performing well, and there are definitely a lot more sectors that are not. Seeing JP Morgan down 5.5%, Wells Fargo down over 7%, right? Morgan Stanley over 7%. That's brutal. That's really brutal. All right, y'all. So I'll come back around 3 o'clock. Hopefully I'll see some of y'all here. But in the meantime, if you have any questions, comments, please post them. We'll see you guys soon. Cheers. All right. There's one. He's still out there. What are we watching? Talked about certain levels. We talked about the 457 rejection on the Qs. It now has literally bled down. Good news. We got stopped out of our meta position. Still have the options on the Tesla position, just more of a longer term hold, I think. I say longer term as in tomorrow. MSTR plummeting. I suppose even when we talked about 291 possible reentry, I was reluctant, didn't take it, but here's what I'm looking at. If you are one of those folks that like to buy the dip, Q's right now trying to put in a potential floor here, double bottom. I don't know if that's going to hold or not because we've got the SPY aiming lower. I am watching names like TSM. I'm thinking, excuse me, could be an opportunity to buy some of these beaten down names if they're planning on bringing more jobs and more manufacturing to the U.S. Now, granted, it is on a, like, I don't want to say free fall, but it is falling pretty hard. So I'm watching this pre-market low to see if what we do at that particular level. And as of right now, let's mark that real quick. Looks like 15858. So we're pretty darn close. Let's see if we bounce from there. I may pick up a small position on TSM, kind of catch the falling knife, so to speak, a little bit of a hero trade. But I'm watching the Qs again. That 45231 is the level that I have marked. Obviously, we put in a lower move than that, but let's see what we do. I mean, I think if you're not short coming into this move, that's, if you did, congrats. You're probably making some money right now, which is great. But I am watching TSM, likely going to be my next trade to the upside if we hold. Again, a little bit of a hero trade here. Anybody here in the chat? Can you guys hear me? Right on, Mark. Thank you. So again, 159, is it 158.70? I don't know yet. All right, let's see how this all plays out. But 159, let's see if that level ends up holding or not on TSM. Again, I'm not going to buy it while I see the Qs and the SPY aiming lower. The SPY is literally just nothing but bled to the downside for a majority of the day here today. And to me, that's, I'd say more broad base, keeping an eye on things even like gold, the bond market, etc. Don't want to say I'm kicking myself over MSTR, but I am kicking myself over MSTR because we had second chance to get in there at 291. Would have been a nice trade. Oh, well. Okay, TSM. Let's see what it does. Should get a final little leg here to the downside. I'll be watching it to see if I can pick it up anywhere in that 158 kind of 60 range. I'd like to see it either tag it or break below it and then come back through it, but maybe we don't. Maybe we actually get a little bit of a relief rally coming up here. We'll see. Just keep an eye on it. What's going on, Jeff? Well, talk to me. What are you guys watching? What are you interested in? What are you considering? There's the move on TSM. I might nibble here, guys. 159. That'll probably be my first trade here of the afternoon. Let's see what happens. TSM. Okay. Hey, look at that. That worked out good. That worked out good for now. We'll see. You could easily just get rejected here, but it's a small size I'll keep my stop loss minimized, but if we start moving higher, I'm more than happy to add to that position and see if we can get a little bit of a relief on TSM. I think maybe that's where maybe some of the focus is going to end up. Obviously, we've got news tomorrow. We also have J-Pow talking tomorrow, which I think with markets the way they're moving right now, it might be a forcing function to at least bring up the idea or advent of rate cuts. So be mindful of that. Right on, Jeff. Just got back from your accountant, Mark. Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Mark? Yeah, I am getting a little nervous too on this loads of fun. So yeah, that's how it goes. I get it. Tesla aiming lower, Q's trying that level again. You know, does it actually breach the low of session? Quite possibly. We're not too far from it. But I'm wondering how hard that floor is. It would make sense if we went there. But I have 45231 as like a big, high volume area. Now, granted, 45231 is not, doesn't have to be the specific number. That was just me putting that line there, but it could be a range. So if we bounce here, great. Okay, TSM looking good. I'll add if we get over 30. Getting that add ready. Okay, we're there now. Let me just, okay. Does it hold? Okay, small add there on TSM. There we go. There's the pop. That's what I was looking for. Perfect. Isn't that nice? Love when that works out. Watching these levels, I'm not the only one thinking about it. Trouble is how real is that move? If we see these sellers stack up like they are, I'm really hoping this isn't a false breakout. But if that candle fills again, I might be more confident to add even more to get above this 259.75 area. I don't know if anybody's taking this trade with me, but right now it's looking great. Okay, let's see what we do at the 200, which is right around, excuse me, right around this 159.70 area. Also watching Palantir. Okay, I'm going to put it up there, 159.75, 77. Do 159.77 for another add. And then I'll look to see if we get a push above 160.5 or so. Take a partial. It's only like basically look at like, 1.5 or so. Jeff right now is long Tesla, 266.5. Good luck. Yeah, I still have the call options. The problem is like, man, Theta's killing me because it expire tomorrow. So at one point I was green on the trade. Could have, should have, would have taken a partial, but I didn't. Oh well. thought we'd get the push multiple times above 272 for a breakout, and we had a false breakout when we pushed to 271.60. I'm like, oh, here we go. Nope, rejected. So giving that one a little more time just because we had an incredible day today. Still got it did take a little more off the Apple trade, so we still have some left, but I'm not so certain. If we break this low of session, awesome. Maybe we'll see the 190s at some point, 199, 200, whatever. I think if I'm not mistaken, 202.50 is a strike. Let me look. Yep, 202.50 is a strike in the options chain. So we'll probably get a little bit of resistance, that 202.50 area like we did this morning, right at 202.52. But so if we break that on Apple, good. We'll take advantage of that on the downside move. But I am keen on a subtle bounce here that might be a relief rally again in certain names. Like I think TSM is a candidate just because they're bringing stuff here to the U.S. I think Tesla's a candidate because they're gonna, they build everything for the most part here in the U.S. MSTR, sometimes I'm gonna count on y'all to be like, DVG, stick it out, you got the trade or something. Because oh man, coulda, shoulda, woulda, man. Held on to that trade. That would have been worth some mega bucks today. Oh well. PLTR might have missed it. Still not a bad level, but let's see. We're running right in the 200. Let's see if we hold that or not. Again, looking to see if I get the ad on TSM over 159.77. Get that confirmation of a push, and then target will be, like I said, maybe even 161. But anything in the high 160s will probably take some off, just because I don't know how long that rally is going to last. You know what I mean? Well, let's also a quick update on news for tomorrow. I'm sure all of you are paying close attention to that. But just do a quick review here. Okay. 8:30 in the morning before markets open. Good payrolls. We got unemployment rates also at 8:30. So some news at 8:30. Then we have a bunch of Fed heads speaking tomorrow. So we got Jerome Powell at 11:25, Fed Barr at 12, Fed Waller at 12:45. So I think 8:30 we'll get a drop of news, which I don't know, could be definitely a catalyst, but I'm not sure if that catalyst will warrant a potential rally here or if it's literally just a nothing burger. I think if anything, Jerome Powell will be the catalyst for tomorrow. Again, noticing this potential double bottom here, almost respecting exactly that 45231 level. Had some questions. Hey, why would you go long there? Well, it's a risk, right? So if I see a level, let's say, for example, in this case, on the Qs, and it's going to, if it bounces there, great. Let's take advantage of it. Let's see the proof of the move. And then the flip side is if it starts tanking and takes out session lows on the Qs, well, I'm out. Pretty simple. Risk reward. Okay, we'll probably get our ad here on this move for TSM. It's looking pretty good. And we're going to get a push. I'm really hoping we get a real breakout on Tesla over 272. That would be awesome. And if we do, I don't know, 275-ish, we'll probably take some off. I don't know what my options will be worth at that point, but I hope it's they'll be worth more than I paid for them. I do, Mark. Yeah. Question here is, do I use 200 EMA on a 1 minute chart? I do. I use it on every chart, every time frame, every single one. Big thing for me is I make sure that I do have extended hours trading, like it has to be on. It helps kind of round or smooth it out. Whereas if you don't have it, your levels on 200 is going to be different just because it's taken into account visible ranges, right? But right now, especially right now, with markets this volatile, normally I'd be switching over to a 5 minute right now in the afternoon session. But because of how volatile we are right now, I am keeping it on a 1 minute because I want to see every single big block or order that's coming in with more granular detail. Like you could argue, there's my ad on TSM. Perfect. This is a great trade right now. It's a great trade. Again, I'll be looking for high 160s, like anywhere around 160.50. If we start getting some resistance, I'll probably just, take some off here. But be great to see like 161 would be amazing, but we shall see. Yeah, so like when you see my charts, Mark, which I get it, and looks like it's halftime, so a lot of lines. What's going on? Obviously, that helps me. I can take those off if it helps you guys. But the reason I like using that 200 EMA on every time frame is you can get a perspective on a story where if you see confluence, let's say, for example, you see a golden cross on a 1 minute, how far is it from a 5 minute? And then how far is it from, let's just say, maybe an hour, 15 minutes or an hour? And then if you get that validation, maybe you're getting a proper push as an example, right? But a big reason, like even right now for me watching 1 minute, like Palantir wanted to get in there. I missed it. This is my second time I missed that trade on Palantir. But like I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of buying into the close for like a subtle relief rally. I'm not saying that we're going to, close the gap here, but will the Qs try 457 again? I think so. I could be wrong, right? Like if we end up bouncing here, rejecting, then yeah, to count on the session lows being taken out. Right. So it's just kind of getting prepared for what this potential move could mean. But 457 should be tested. And if it's not, it's just, there's your signal, right? Like that we want to go lower. But if 457 is tested and then holds, well, then you got 460 and 462 on the Qs as your next target. And it's similar for SPY, but that level is 548. And we tried to push there this morning and rejected it immediately. And we haven't returned anywhere near that. Like 546, you could argue is pretty close, but it's not nearly as hard of a push there. So you have 159.67 for what? You're saying like the 200 on a 1 minute? That's, yeah. If that's what you're asking on TSM. Yeah. So that's right where my 200 is as well. So I got in beforehand because I was looking at the dip on the Qs, seeing how this behaved if we're going to like try to put in potential double bottom here on the pre-market low as like a range. That's why I was watching it there at the, does it hit 158.60, blah, blah, blah. And we came a little bit late to the party, but that's okay. Like, I don't mind. but we were adding on the way up. We added twice now to the move. So let's see if we get a push. We're hanging out just above the 200 right now, trying to see if we get to the, VWAP, which is that 160 print. And I want to see that VWAP like a push that's a violent shove that puts us into like 160 and a half, and that'll be when I take my partial. Cue the disclaimer. Yeah, I don't use the 9 EMA or SMA. I use simple moving averages and 1 EMA. So I've got 1 EMA at 200 and the rest are simples. And the thing is, like, a lot of folks will go, oh, I traded off of this. I traded off of, like, yeah, look, we're pattern traders, right? So you got to identify, like, where does that behave? Like you just said, it's a hot spot. You identify that as a hot spot. Okay, well, maybe that's true for TSM. Maybe it's not true for Tesla or Meta or whatever. But it's identifying patterns if you are using moving averages, or if you're using Bollinger Bands, or if you're using fill in the blank, whatever your style of trading is. It's identifying what works for you, number one, and number two, is there confluence, and more importantly, is it causal? Like, correlation is not causation. So especially on a day like today, I mean, it's hard to just use moving averages. Right now, for me, order flow is king. So we should fill a gap to like 160.10 on TSM. And then what does it do after that? Question mark. Do we push and get a proper breakout of sorts? Or does it start to fail? We'll see. We're almost there. Like 20 more cents. So here it comes. I've got my finger on the go button. I want 160 and a half. Let's see if we get a big push through the VWAP to like scare some of the shorts that might be in that position. We're almost there. We're in a 160 print now on TSM. Again, I'm not taking massive risk here. We're talking a point of gain right now with ads along the way. So dollar cost obviously moving up as a result. But I will take probably about 75% of my trade off if we end up 160 and a half-ish area, unless we really, really start to play. Here comes a VWAP, 160.10. We know so we filled that value gap. Now let's see if we can actually push a little further to that 160, 50, 160, 60 area. Here comes the shove, TSM. Let's go. Perfect. We get a little pop here. Do not find resistance here, please. Do not find resistance here, please. There it is. That's what I wanted. We'll get a little bit more. Getting ready to take a partial, 70% off. Here we go. Keep the green going. Yes. Taking some off. Boom. We'll let the rest run just like that. Ta-da! Pretty awesome trade. Like that. We'll let the rest run. You took it all off. Cool, Mark. Sweet. I didn't even know you were with me on that. Awesome. And that's why we take partials. Look at that. That's disgusting. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Hey, maybe we should have followed your move there, Mark. Look at that. We called it. We wanted the push. We got what we wanted. Unfortunately, I still have a little bit of the position. It's all right. I don't mind taking 70% off and seeing what's happening here. It's totally fine by me. Like, I'll still hold it because right now, like this, I got to let this candle complete, because is that a real seller, or is it people just like me that were taking the trade and dumping the position? Like, that's no big deal, right? Like, this is, if I see it, trust me, so are other people that are way smarter than me, way better than me too at this business, right? So now you wait, you get a push. Is that push real? If we get a bullish engulf, then we take out maybe the We're looking at 161.5, and we actually get a bull relief rally here. Palantir would have loved that trade right at the VWAP, $84. I would love to get it down at like 83. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Didn't take the trade. It looks nice. One of my names I wanted to watch today for sure. Banks are getting slaughtered. So I'll be patient here on this, on the rest of this TSM. I may trim it up here if we get a push above 160.10 again, because I know that's going to be, that's their fair value gap. And so once you get above that, it was exactly what, I mean, how much more live can we get on the trades? I'm not sure I follow. You're saying reentry for TSM again? Well, I mean, you can. The trouble is like, where's your, like anytime, like I don't like to say yes or no. Like I try to find the, like an A setup, and I'm learning that it's okay to be patient and miss out on some of the stuff, right? But the good news is like I still got that 30% moving. I expected to see a drop off like this. Now you probably scared out a bunch of people that then increase the level of supply that these guys that wanted this particular move, they're probably in the same, again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, but they're probably thinking similar to what I am, which is like, hey, if we bring TSM home to the US, they're going to likely get better subsidies, better deals, better, you know, like that's kind of the whole thing about these tariffs. Whatever's built, made in the USA is kind of going to be rewarded now. So I'm going to take a little bit more off on this TSM trade, just a little bit. There we go. We'll leave some to run though. Because if we do get a push over 161.5, like basically the markets need to rally for this thing to keep going. And what I'm seeing is, say, for example, like with Apple, I know 202.50 is a big, you know, strike price from an options perspective. We literally got down and tagged what, 202.60. There goes the move on TSM, y'all. Look at this. Beautiful move. Beautiful move. Absolutely beautiful. Now we take the top off. Here we go. Let's get a breakout. Huh? Come on. So you asked the question. You could have re-entered. It's just, I mean, your risk changes though. You know what I mean? Like if you took the trade, you got in, and then you're trying to get back in. Well, now you have to extend your risk all the way to the same stop. And if you're getting in at 160, well, now you've got a 1.5 to the downside. And you're hoping that you get a breakout 1.5 above. So the idea is you're trying to get, you know, ahead of the move up or down. And this was me just kind of like, you know, chatting out loud, saying kind of my thought process, why, maybe, yes, no, right? And we took the trade, nailed it. I mean, worked out perfectly. So, but the key is like finding these like A plus setups. I would say this is more like an A minus. Because what you're going to find is people now over 161.5 are going to likely enter the trade. So I'm going to sell into them. You know what I mean? And the good news is like maybe we get that push to like 163, 164. I don't know, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for it. I'm trading. I'm not, you know, investing here. So like even as an example, when the reason I was watching the Qs at 45231, that was the level we watched all day today. We saw, you know, I call it the needle and thread, where you broke that level and then you came back through it. Well, if you literally, that was your entry long, boom. We talked about this last night. I don't know if Acosta, I think you missed it, but we had a little late night party, we'll say. And we kind of walked through a few trades opportunities where, you know, levels to keep an eye on, whatever. So thank you for those of you who made it on short notice last night. But that was pretty fun. We actually had one of our newer members, or soon to be member, I should say, still on trial. AG. Is AG still in the house? Let me see. Let me see. I don't think he's here. No, he's not. But it was pretty cool. Got a chance to hear from him. Shared his microphone. So if you guys don't have your notifications turned on and you're interested in those types of like late night pop-ups, I just felt like I was like, you know what, I got to get back. We got to talk about this, and wanted to share some thoughts and get perspective from y'all. And again, yeah, it was last minute, but hopefully it was valuable for those of you guys who made it. Seth, can you share your screen? Yeah, I can. Give me a sec. Yesterday I was having some issues with sharing it. I don't know what that's all about. But let me give it a try. All right. Let's see if we have any issues with it today. There's that and that and this and that. You guys see the screen? There we go. You got it. No problem. Cool. Let's see. Is there anything else out there that I really like? Okay. Even the power out be for fading. Mark? Maybe. I'm looking at the aggression on Qs and the SPY right now. We'll know for sure soon. Like for me, I'm not loving this Tesla trade right now, even though it's options. But no, exactly, Mark. Right, you're right there with me. Thinking the same. But let's make no mistake, the bias is to sell. Now, if you look at empirical data, when we've had moves this deep of a cut on markets, it's good to, like last night when we were talking about putting together a plan, it's good to have like a perspective. Like, I don't care what indicators is being leveraged. Again, you got to find what's good for you, what works for you, your style of trading, et cetera, right? But if you look at, I would say look left, like what happened last time this happened, right? What did the VIX do? What was the RSI levels? What were like what was the dollar doing? Like, I mean, whatever indicators you want to use, right? Like it is what it is. But it's important to have like multiple, I'd say, points of view. And today is especially going to be unique on that because there's a bunch of stuff to take into account, whether it's EMAs, SMAs, RSIs, key levels, right? I mean, there's so much to take a closer look at. And the trouble is, like I said, if I see this as, let's say, a bullish opportunity on TSM specifically, there are going to be bears that see the same thing to say, hey, we know this is probably going to happen. Let's get ready to sell into it. If they're in fact want to be. You I'm seeing it. I'm like I said, if I see it, someone else way smarter than I am can see it, or an algorithm can see it. So anyway, does that mean we sell off in the towards the close? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I'd say that's when you say trend is your friend. We got a pretty clear trend, don't we? Right. But if anything, I think there might be an opportunity to find price stabilization on some of these stocks, which would be good going into tomorrow. Meaning, let's say for example, Amazon. I just happen to have it on another screen, but Amazon 182 has been a big level for Amazon for a really long time. We've shattered that multiple times, like 182, 184, 180 even. So there's a ton of different big key levels on Amazon. So the question is how many people bought in there? How many people are going to try to save that level? If they have, if they've already taken profits, maybe they did it pre-market when the announcement happened. Maybe they were late to the party this morning. Who knows? But most people don't want to break even on their trades. So I think with the level of shorts that are coming in to the market right now, it could be a mistake for sellers. Yeah, you're going to make a couple points here and there, whatever. But if it goes back to what we were talking about literally just the other day when I'm like, there's no real news pushing markets up other than the anticipation of whatever's going to happen with these tariffs. And yet somehow markets ran up. Well, look, all you got to do is look at the level of puts and short interest in markets, and that'll kind of tell you what you need to know. Like if you see free money on the floor, are you going to stop and grab it, or are you just going to walk past it? I don't know about you, but I'm going to take it. So I think there's some of that. And I think the trouble is this buy the dip notion is very, very prevalent. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. But if you look at technicals, we should have at least a little bit more of a bounce. But the argument I have, even on the bounce, is okay, well, is that bounce just to liquidate into retail traders? And I'm more, unfortunately, thinking that's a higher probability. But I want to take advantage of the pump up, like on names like Tesla, TSM, because it's more than just one point of view, I should say. Again, cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. Do whatever you want with your money. And to be fair, yesterday, and you guys heard about it, right? Look, I had a red day yesterday. Sucks. Today, totally destroyed yesterday's red day. You know what I mean? So it's okay. Sometimes red days happen. It is a little frustrating, to be fair, that, if I put my ego and my pride in this business, which I have before, and it's easy to do, it's human nature, right? It takes a certain level of confidence, a certain level of, we'll say courage. I'm thinking of another word, but let's just call it courage to take a trade, let alone hold a trade, identify a trade, execute a trade, add to a trade, exit it. You know what I mean? This business is not easy. So you got to have a certain level of, you got to have a little bit of confidence and ego and etc. But ego and pride will kill you in this business. And I got trades wrong yesterday. You call it time, whatever. Or, the argument could have been, I just didn't give it enough time to, let the trade work out. Well, I thought we would have a big move to the downside. That was my feeling, right? But you trade what you see, not what you feel. Markets were moving higher. I was trying to identify key levels. You guys heard me talk about those levels literally all day yesterday with a target of 548 when we were up at 567 or something like that. It seemed almost impossible. And here we are. So I could kick myself all day long. Oh yeah, you suck, right? And what benefit is that? Zero. The flip side though is it actually brings me to build up my confidence to go, okay, well, now I know, for example, the XLI trade that it took for $1,200, you know, it's up to like 4,000. Hey, that's cool. You know, brings your confidence level up, makes you understand like, okay, well, if there is a big move that you're anticipating that might be whatever, give yourself a little more time, maybe identify risk, you know, and accommodate for some of that. So again, I'm learning and growing just like the rest of y'all. And I'm human too. Like, you know, I too can take a red day. It happens. But yeah, look, like today has been an absolutely monster day for me. Arguably one of the top 3 days for me this year. And it was more so just conviction on the trade, execution, you know, using a couple options to help, you know, reap the benefit of some of that. But a day like today, it's what I mentioned even last night. Like we are officially in the playoffs or championship game now. So this is like, if you weren't paying attention in class, it's time to now, because big money is going to fight now, big time. And being on the right side of the trade can be very, very beneficial, very profitable. But just buying the dip, and it's not going to work anymore. You know, like you could buy the dip on certain stocks, but make sure it's at a level that makes sense. You know, cue the disclaimer, but I'm just saying, like, this is a huge opportunity, I'd say. And an opportunity to, if you're observing what markets are doing, you can really see what the big players are doing versus retail traders. Because it's important to note, right? Like, as retail traders, we're like, think of us as like jet skis, you know, on the ocean, right? And these big institutions are ships, yachts, whatever you want to call it, right? But their turning radius is a little bit more involved, we'll say. So if they decide to make us, you know, to sell, and you're like, oh, I'm going to join the selling, yeah, you might take advantage of some of that sell, but just know, you know, it could be, you could end up being a target for a squeeze. And we've seen that time and time again with this buy the dip. But I really think that right now it's a matter of like companies finding a way to, again, fundamentals. I think there's a new trader that will emerge from this. And it's likely going to be in the big brokerage houses, or the ones that have been around doing this long enough to understand literally the three most important components in trading, which is understanding fundamentals, technicals, and then sectors. AKA like relationships. So anyway, take that for what it's worth. Let me see. The fund manager may do some buying. NVIDIA over just formed 7 green candles. Okay, right into the VWAP. I see that now. Yeah, just pulled it up. Mark says ego will kill you in any business. Speaking from experience. Thanks. Yeah, exactly, Mark, for sure. Sometimes the ultimate medicine is some humility, right? And I'll tell you what, if you pay real close attention, it doesn't take long to get humbled by markets, you know? And they make much larger waves also. Yeah, exact, Mark. Yes. You're talking about the boats, right? Jet ski versus ships. But yeah, you're exactly right. So in those waves, if you're a surfer, would you rather ride a jet ski wave or one from a ship, right? I know that's a terrible analogy, but I'm just saying, like, I won't tolerate much lower of a move on TSM. We enjoyed it. We got paid on it. You know, it took basically a second partial that, you know, wasn't ideal, but I just didn't really like the fact that we failed to bounce. But let's see what we do here. We'll leave some some on here, but I don't want to fight the tape. If the tape's turning red and I want it to go green, I lose. Case in point, no ego, no emotion. It's what it is. Yeah, right on, Mark. We got such a good crew, though. Seriously. I mean, it's like I want to build this thing up, obviously, as you know. But really, like we've really got a great crew in this community. Many of you contribute, share your trades, share your ideas, and just want you to know it's really appreciated. And it's kind of cool because while and maybe that'll change in these like evening sessions for members only. You know, maybe give an opportunity to get to know all of you. You know, just give you the microphone for a few minutes and just introduce yourself to the crew. That'd be kind of neat, just to get to know y'all. So that way, as we're taking trades, it's less than just a name in a chat room, but you know, like Jeff, what's up, man? You know. Let's see. I agree. This is my favorite trading group for sure. This is actually my only trading group, but I really enjoy everyone. Cool, Jeff. Thanks. Yeah, I'm just curious if Tesla's ever going to push to 272. And if it's going to happen, it needs to happen soon. It is important though, y'all. Like having an opinion is and being wrong in this business is, I would argue, one of the other most important things. In tied to ego and stuff like that. Just you know, the psychology of trading. It's it's hard to admit when you're wrong. Just again, human nature. But you find you live a healthier life when you when you're okay with admitting when you're wrong, kind of thing, you know. And that's something I'd say honestly, something I took away from trading, just in a personality as well. Like rather than getting all worked up and excited, like yeah, don't get me wrong, you know, missing out on this huge leg down that I was anticipating, that I was positioning for, and then getting stopped out. Like I'm not mad at that because my trades were wrong and I got out. But it is a bummer. Like man, missed out on the whole move, right? Again, we had a couple positions that we reaped the benefit, but not the big one that I wanted, right? So, oh well, we got to trade today, made a ton of money, got to do it with an amazing group of people, and then guess what? Tomorrow's another day, and I think you know trading has actually given me, I'd say, that gift, is to just like control what you can control. You can't control how much money you make in this market, but you can control how much money you lose. And that is a big, like if you let that set in for a little bit, hopefully that'll like, you know, encourage you to go, okay, let's just say I'm willing to lose X amount, right? And maybe you're learning, or maybe your entries are off, and that's okay. Like then wait for another setup. You know what I mean? And trust me, I've been guilty of holding positions too long and losing, you know, taking a green trade, making it a red trade. You don't want to do that long term, that you won't survive as a trader. You know what I mean? But sometimes you got, you know, not every trade you get in is immediately green. I mean, it's nice when that happens. You know, we looked at this TSM trade, it worked out perfectly. We got paid on it. Now we're like, you know, waffling around, but it's a smaller share size. I don't mind even if this ends up taking the loss, because I took 80% and 85% of the trade off in profit. So it's fine. This Tesla trade for me is a little bit of a coin toss, to be fair. So I don't really mind directionally like where it ends up. But in the spirit of like, testing whether you're wrong or right. Right now, I'm wrong. So, arguably I could dump the position and move on. And I want to see if it actually will play out to your point here in this power hour. So I know 3:30 is when all the big shifts are happening as of late in the markets. I know we don't, Jeff. I know we don't talk money, but I really do want to share today was a green. Whoa. Whoa. What? Jeff. Man. Show me the way. That's amazing. That's like I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get to, 4 days. Kind of like then I can actually turn around and say I make $1 million a year as a trader. That's pretty cool. But that's what it takes to do that. You gotta make $4,000 a day. So that's amazing. Huge, huge day for you. Incredible. Yeah, today was a great day for me as well, to be fair. My wife tells me I have to get better at that, admitting when I'm wrong. Don't they all? There's the sell-off. Ta-da! Okay, out of TSM. It's all right. Now we broke that 45231 on the Qs. Like it was not even a level, just bloop. So not a great, not a good thing. Looks like we're putting a new session lows. The SPY is absolutely collapsing right now. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. As much as I want to short stuff like, I don't know, Meta or even Tesla or any of these other names, like I didn't like the setup. You could argue like Tesla right at the VWAP sits on the 200, like could have shorted that. I actually think Tesla's going to be one of the more favored names. I could be wrong. I think their valuation even now is there's just a lot of money sitting there. Now, can it drop to 180 bucks? Sure. But it took a lot of effort to get Tesla to 260. And then everything else was like, cherry on top, I'll say. So I could be wrong, and that's okay. Like I have a propensity to want to short Tesla, not because I don't like Elon or anything. But I just watch how it behaves, and there's always a lot of volatility in that name. But like seeing Meta now crashing through its floor. Apple now just broke the 20250, but watch if it starts showing support at 20250. Maybe that's the run up at 330. Maybe, just maybe. Incredible strength in PLTR today. Impressive. Let's see. Maybe put some call options on here real quick. Let's see. Do-do-do-do-do. 452. What are those worth right now? No way. I'm not paying that. No freaking way. I'm gonna look at a couple different names here. So TSM, we're out of that trade. Let's look at oil real quick. Yeah, even Chevron is still technically, I'd argue that's still up. It gets in like the 130s. That might be a dip. But like 152 is kind of where it likes to live. Yeah, I was just looking at some of these call options for tomorrow, and there's no way I'm paying that premium. There is no way. For at the money call option, it's $450 right now. $450. Like, no thanks. It's like a 1-to-1. Apple holding 202.50 for now. I think that might have been the final seller right there. Uh-oh. 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 Is this uh-oh. Hold on. Are we positioning a circuit breaker right now? What in the world is that? What? No, I can't.